to do it, huh? Jeez, kinda preachy. Keep it in the monastery, lady.
Looks like the second choice has got a new shipment of swill. Gave it a try. Needs some aging, but not too bad.
What? I was just with Barney. He said we're not getting any new shipments for months. What did he let you try?
Well,
Under the impression that Free Market Station was open to all. Why am I being accosted?
Free Market Station is open to all, except spies.
looks like the second choice has got a new shipment of swill. Gave it a try. Needs some aging, but not too bad.
What? I was just with Barney. He said we're not getting any new shipments for months. What did he let you try?
Well, I maybe didn't run it by him. It was out of a big metal barrel behind the bar. Said Auntie's Finest Star Wipe on it.
That wasn't booze. That was ship wax.
Really? Barney should start selling it then. It's better than half his stock.
I was under the impression that Free Market Station was open to all.
Free Market Station is open to all. Except spies. Some for suspicion. Gallivanting about, asking everyone questions.
I am not a spy. The information I'm collecting here shall be of historical significance someday. Surely you can appreciate that.
Right. And I'm sure that information wouldn't help at all in clearing us out of the station years from now. I'll be watching you. Hope that wayward science type didn't disturb you much, friend. We of the station normally do our best to dissuade partisans from making nuisances of themselves. Suppose I can't stop you. Just don't let her convince you to do anything that might put you at odds with our security forces. All that aside, enjoy your time on the station. Don't get into any trouble.
Greetings. Are you perhaps interested in advancing the knowledge of Arcadia's history through scientific exploration? What am I saying? Of course you are. Please, do tell me anything you might know about the crash of the ACS Free Market. Could Auntie's choice have succeeded where order experiments failed? Oh, you're being duplicitous. No Sprat corpses were found in the initial crash site. Do pardon my forwardness. I saw that you were a new arrival, but I held out some hope that you might be able to enlighten me where the station populace has not. As an archivist, it's my duty to collect and record hitherto unrecorded knowledge wherever it can be found. But my earnest questions have been met with suspicion. I can see you're no stranger to academia. Very well. Whatever facilitates this account, converse with the locals, peer into unturned corners, and see what your able hand might unearth. I look forward to furthering the cause of history with you. I'd ask about in the saloon and the bazaar. Both are places where gossip flies about like so many tarot rays. Sub Rosa likely has some information about the crash, but I'm not sure where. You also might be able to find some intact portion of the ship amidst all of the station's wreckage. Take a look around. I'm sure you'll be able to get farther on your own. Greetings. How has the data collection fared?
Thanks for visiting Free Market Station. The pleasure is all ours.
Welcome to the true free market, friend. Do you mind if I don't pay you no mind?
If it inflicts grievous bodily harm on other people... I think I misplaced a hand grenade. We'll know in a couple seconds if it's armed or not. Browse all you like. Everything I've got is fine-tuned to perfection. I'm glad you asked. Weapon is an all-encompassing term. A rock can be a weapon, or a stick, or a particularly agitated sprat if you have thick enough gloves. But what I sell here, I wouldn't dare lump them in with mere weapons. These are finely tuned instruments of personnel elimination.
Which says a lot, considering she can't. I heard she got her blood vessels extracted to keep a pallid complexion. Beauty is pain, she says. And it sells like hotcakes, too.
I appreciate Cleo's ability to sell, that's for certain, but I have no doubt my artifacts of death shall impress you far more than anything her corporation can rush out. If you don't believe me, look for yourself. Feel free to go on a murderous rampage with what you buy. It's good publicity. If it inflicts grievous bodily harm on other people, I've got it!
Buy from me? Please? Listen, I know I shouldn't warn you about this, but anything I sell you runs the risk of exploding. I trust you'll appreciate my forthrightness and be all the more willing to buy from me. I see. It appears I need to retrofit my strategy, as well as most of my inventions. I've been having some problems with my machines since I arrived on this planetoid, but that's enough about myself. No. Ships decidedly ain't in my purview. You sure I can't interest you in some bric-a-brac instead of this conversation? You'd need to purchase much more from my stock for me to consider such a course of action. I'd be happy to show you. Hello once more. I guarantee you some of my inventions. Oh, I prefer to focus on the present and the future, and not things that may or may not keep. Is this how one gets ahead in bit? Before it crashed, I served on the free market as a secondary engineer, first grade. Had a colleague who supervisor saw her as a threat and demoted her to the engine room. She wasn't the type to take a blow without dodging. My colleague sabotaged the engines when her partner was on his mandated 2-minute break. When the free market attempted to breach orbit, well, just about everyone died. I made it to an escape pod on the port side. The ship, yeah, me too. Anyway, can we get back to subjects that aren't this? I got goods to sell. Well, none taken. I never intended to be. But when life...
You just bought a shooter from not a weapons store, right? How's it treating you?
Greetings. How has the data collection fared? Finally, a breakthrough. Let's hear it. How did the ACS free market meet its end? So the backstabbing nature of Auntie's choice is hampering even the most basic of command chains. Good to know. Aside from the crash, what occurred in the ship's final moments? That's certainly not ideal. Every piece of information I lack will further hamper my report. Last question. Were there any contributing factors to the crash? Anything that might recontextualize what actually happened? Failing to recognize ability? Seems Auntie's choice is forgetting where upward enters into the phrase upward mobility. This report is going to bear some glaring absences, which is unfortunate. Still, I wouldn't have been able to get this far without your help. Here's something for your time. It would have been more if I'd been able to complete this, but there's nothing for that now. Auntie's choice seems to be inundated with its own problems, technical and personnel alike. We should have ample opportunity to use this for propaganda purposes. I am. If Free Market Station survives the war, this will be a very important historical account. But if the Order fails in Arcadia, none of that will matter. I'm just making the most of what you gave me. I'm glad we're of like minds. I'll be sure to notify my friends in the Order that you can be trusted. Now I need to get this report to my superiors. Thanks again.
Yeah.
I'm beginning to reach the tail end of my patience. You will tell me the location of the broker.
Lad, you ain't got much of a concept of a deal, do you? You ain't got nothing to offer, and a threat is offering less than nothing.
You realize any other arbiter would have crushed you where you stand for obstruction of justice long before now? That I am flowing with magnanimity?
Can't say I know what that word means, but if you're inclined to keep threatening me, only thing gonna be flowing is your blood out your body. Stranger, seen my fix? Hope you're about to offer to rid me of this damn fool.
You cannot dissuade an arbiter from their sovereign-given duty, no matter how much of an irritant you may attempt to be. It is good that you have not. Some of my brethren are not as patient as I, especially with outsiders. We are the sovereign's justiciars, tasked with upholding law as we see fit.
And executing anyone who deviates, no matter how slightly they may do so.
That is a gross misrepresentation. Everyone at this station has deviated more than slightly, yet I certainly haven't introduced them to my hammer. I came to meet with the information broker for, protectorate business, protectorate reasons. However, I find myself foiled at near every turn. None within the protectorate would defy an arbiter and expect to live. Regrettably, I cannot make the locals see reason without rendering myself unable to learn what I seek.
Even polite entreaties don't see most getting an invite to the broker, and you've been anything but.
I am hardly bending the rules, as you so put it, as we arbiters may operate however we see fit. I appreciate the observation, however. Hardly expected such from an outsider.
Say whatever you want, but trusting this fella even this close to the broker is a massive risk. Be a damn fool to take him at his word.
Hilarious.
That's funny. That's real funny. Takes a lot to set me smiling. Have a drink on the house. I just had a thought. Might be something that needs looking into. Maybe something that would allow me to make an exception as to who visits the broker? Within the Golden Ridge locale on Dorado, there's a refugee camp. It's unassuming, quiet-like. Most of the folks there just want to be left alone. They see to the few needs they have by working with the broker, but we ain't heard from them in a fortnight and change. Serves to reason something untoward may have transpired there. You see your way to looking into that, maybe we'll talk. That's between them and Sub Rosa. You in or you out? I don't fancy the idea of letting an arbiter loose on our allies without
I do not take your speaking of me as some kind of feral canid lightly.
Great! Take the lap canid with you. I've had enough.
I don't claim to be pleased with the circumstances surrounding this co-investigation, but perhaps we may surprise one another. I'm Arbiter Tristan Rao. When I was an apprentice, yes, but not since. And so I shall meet you at the camp.
Oh, come now, Prospero. You've been on that stage hundreds of times. This perturbation looks... terribly sorry you've got me ruminating. A man of my persuasion shouldn't stoop to such self... Once again, I'm embarrassed that I let that slip. Without turning it into a piece of comedy, that is. Comedy never sleeps. I'm in charge of keeping the patrons of the saloon entertained. Normally this does not present an issue, but I learned that an old flame of mine shall attend my next performance. My resolve is uncharacteristically flagging. I find myself fixating on the most minute of issues. I need something to bolster my confidence. She knows my real name. Prospero's just a stage title, as it happens. There's a certain kind of intimacy. I can do my utmost, but this situation...
Doctor here. Get your stitches. You've timed your visit well. I finished sharpening. If you've wounds that need stitching or teeth that need... Yes? Is this a problem? I'm the only... My prior faction demanded I strictly adhere to my vocation and forego the world of dentistry. Under penalty of... Suffice it to say, I'm pleased Free Market Station allows me to be my... medicaments and more.
My gear has the fewest holes out of any close-on station, or your money back. Auntie's Choice thanks you for... never mind that. Sorry. Force of habit. If you're in need of sprucing up the old wardrobe, I can provide. Used to be part of Auntie's Choice. Nothing special, just a pop. Had a lot of time to think with just the void for company. Turned out to be generic clothes, work gear, and such. More of a mark. I got rat.
Meals currently sold with both salt. Welcome to our stall. What may this unit rehydrate for you? Negative. This unit and stall are... When last seen, Mr. Wenrich mentioned he was, quote, going to teach those, redacted, sub rosa, redacted, a lesson. Nobody extorts Gerald T. Wenrich. All wares... Error. Road sales grandstanding. No.
Anybody even listening to this? Let me sell you stuff.
Blades, bludgeons, bombs, blunderbusses. We've got it all. Except that last one.
contraptions don't explode no more. Honest. Hello once more. I guarantee.
Latest contraband came in. Looked like quite the haul. These choice sales logs. You know it's from a high-profile order researcher. And get this. The corpse of a vigilante. No idea what...
Fizzo's Num Rum. Taste more and feel less with Num Rum. Auntie's Choice Zero G Whiskey. This'll get you into orbit. Auntie Fizzo's Purple Berry Tequila. Ride the purple worm. Auntie Fizzo's Spectrum Vodka. You asked for new flavors of vodka, and we heard you. Now available in brown. Auntie Fizzo's Purple Berry Liqueur. Now you can taste purple berry in any drink.
Got Inez moved into Helen's old quarters. I figure, if anyone's unlikely to be vexed by finding fossilized purpleberry crunch in their mattress, it's an Auntie's Choice trooper. You think Helen would approve of us taking on a product pusher? Now that sounds like something you'd read off a box top. I like to think Helen would understand our need for allies, but maybe she'd resent being replaced? Hard to say which. Her voice sure has gotten quieter over the years. Found it, huh? No. You know what? This one's on me. Shouldn't have left a line about. I'll be sure to do that, now that I know how much you enjoy Truth is, I was getting ready to toss that old thing. Guess I just wanted to listen to it one last time. See if I missed anything other than her waxing about the greater good. I wasn't. Get your head out of the heatsink, Commander. I don't even know what I was listening for. Some hint of... Sounds stupid said out loud. You know, I can't really remember what the others sounded like. Helen, Eric, all these years. And the only recording I've managed to preserve is from the one person I'd rather forget. No, burn it, launch it out the airlock, do whatever you want with it. It means nothing to me now anyway.
Then that strike will be the first of many.
Your patience is commendable, passenger. Please continue waiting quietly until the next tram arrives. Attention, passenger. You are running 21,000.
This station must have really been something before the war made its home here. If things escalate, might never be something again.
Stay vigilant. Report any suspicious activity to your nearest station warden.
folk were hunkered down here. Wonder how long they held out before. Well, best not to think about it.
Lest you're bent on exploring, best we hoof it over to Matriarch's Mercy and meet with that abbot Basar mentioned.
Trouble ahead.
Myself now, huh? Must have cobwebs in the attic.
Who there? Nothing, I guess.
Before I fall down. You're in fault.
You made us teach you how to fight.
Aggressors in range.
Anybody got the time? The Adrena time? 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 All right, who's shitting my pants? Not funny, Carl. Let me handle it. Get Adrena time. Run!
Got eyes on some no good.
Yeah.
Loading up.
Got twitchy feet.
How are trouble in it? Gotta feed the beast. Not getting up without help.
damper. Failing.
Error. Navigation's... Greetings. This unit is unable to fulfill its programming. Are you able to assist this unit in its assigned duties? This unit is unable to execute its programming due to tampering. This unit is now being used as a target. This unit must return to Matriarch's Mercy to dispense medical care in order to fulfill its programming. Navigation systems initializing. Processing optimal path toward Matriarch's Mercy. Return sequence will be initiated once path is determined. This unit assures you that a job well done. Thank you.
Got company, Commander.
Looks like we're in for a hike.
You could sell everything here and still not have
Have enough to buy a can of Worst Worse. Almost feel bad for him.
Diagnostic mode disabled. Re-engaging security protocols. Beginning.
Console ahead. What's the play, Commander?
Let me know when you need a distraction.
All aboard! What? You were thinking it too.
These Arcadians do appreciate the finer things. Guess it's only bad when Auntie does it.
This window. Don't like it.
These strangers should rip them out, shatter them, transfer them with ourselves.
Yes, yes! Grab an order. Order glass scrawler next outing. They'll display us in the standing. Get time to earn my commission.
Check enemy light just turned on.
You lot couldn't hit the broadside of a freighter. Over here! Hole in the head!
Looking a little woozy there, Commander. Need some help first.
This window. Don't like it.
These strangers should rip them out, shatter them, transfer them with ourselves.
Yes. Yes! Grab an order glass scrawler.
Just say when.
This window. Don't like it.
These strangers should rip them out, shatter them, transfer them with ourselves.
Ready to wait. On your command. Over here! Hole in the head! You lot couldn't hit the broadside of a freighter.
There's a strange sort of humor in the onset of the first war in Arcadia's history, within a few days of my being assigned here. As far from Protectorate society as possible, Golden Ridge suffers under an invading force, and moreover, it appears that our Order colleagues have betrayed us. At first, I lamented my isolation, but I've realized I was where I needed to be of service. The scores of abandoned subjects need a leader. I have enlisted the staff at these estates to help accept the first influx of still loyal Protectorate refugees. More shall come. I shall lead them out of the shadows and into the light. For the good of the Protectorate. This is my calling.
Got away!
Is it time for a drink, Tanya? Because yes, it is!
Hostiles.
No more skulker!
You know what would make this climb better?
Hostile ahead. What's the play, Commander?
Talking to myself now, huh? I must have cobwebs in the attic. Strap there, Bob!
Eyes up. Hostiles.
Anybody got the time? Green time?
Let me know when
I'm still recharging. Looks like a fight.
So you did come. Good. I'm not partial to working with those given to second thoughts. It seems we arrive on a desolate scene. I don't know what transpired, but whatever it was killed the refugees to a person. As an Arbiter, I bear a strong stomach. But if you've any reservations about witnessing destruction visited upon the innocent, you'd best steel yourself. Why do I suddenly feel my decision to come here with you may have been a grave error? Let's try to focus on the task at hand and not your tendencies. I've some theories on the refugees' killers, but I remain unsatisfied. Although I am not required to do so as an Arbiter, I would care to acquire proof. We operate under the Sovereign's indefatigable will. Thus, we do not need proof. But my training was somewhat unique in that it emphasized the value of thorough investigation. Let us comb the remnants of this charnel house. Is that? Yes, that's an incisor, all right. saved if they simply hadn't deviated from the paradigm. What sort of life was this, without the Sovereign's guidance? I cannot help but feel a pang for these people. You've been busy. What did you find? That auto mechanicals would fall in the camp's defense is logical. That there would only be one is not. Did you notice anything interesting about it? Then it was fighting blind. Doesn't seem like something a defensive automech should be doing. Did you have anything else? I doubt it factored in their inadequacy in the face of a superior force, assuming there was a superior force. The distinct lack of automechanical corpses around us supports your point. It seems the defenders did not defend. Must be the shortwave, as we already found the long band. Odd that our assailant would pay it any mind. I don't believe I would have learned that on my own. Seems I underestimated you. That's exceedingly useful. An encampment such as this normally would possess no means for long-band communications. Was there anything remarkable about it? Logical. Your deductive skills would be better served in the Protectorate, but that does not reduce their efficacy. You're certain you've combed the place to your liking? Then let us debrief and see if we can deduce what transpired here. Have you any theories as to what killed these people? Although I'm no ballistics expert, the death wounds on the corpses appear to match those inflicted by an automech. Have any theories about the automechs that did this? My thoughts exactly. How do you believe they were compromised? I may have a strong theory, but I do not have a definitive answer. Indulge me. How do you think the mechanicals were corrupted? It seems so simple, and yet it also appears to be the most probable outcome. I agree. The only remaining puzzle piece is why. Why go through all this trouble to eliminate a handful of isolated refugees? Agreed. I do believe that relay is of Protectorate make, and the refugees most certainly didn't build it themselves. They were likely Protectorate as well. I hypothesize that they used it to listen in on Protectorate communications, then sold what they learned to Sub Rosa. After the Vox Relay's recent destruction, High Command would have ordered a security sweep of all communication systems. This outpost's relay would have returned a signal. Upon learning of this camp's existence, they'd have dispatched a sentinel to cross off any would-be traitors. Hence the destruction we bear witness to. Theorized. I knew this was an ex-Protectorate encampment, but wasn't sure it was a Sentinel's doing until this moment. They operate in clandestine ways. Now with that finished, Hold. Some things approach. Be ready. I suspect someone has disapproved of our inquiry. Bent on eliminating any stragglers. To arms!
Hit the broadside of a freighter. Combat.
That was a hardy engagement. You held your own admirably. These automechs will never be used to perpetrate such heinous acts again. I believe we're at the end of our investigation. The prospect of sharing our findings with the broker isn't terribly appealing, but we've little choice. I will locate my wretched Sub Rosa transport and return to Free Market Station. Pleasure fighting beside you. Be sure you return to Free Market Station to debrief with me. Despite our work here, I somehow doubt the broker would grant an audience to me alone.
How are the informant lines treating you?
Selling everything! My stuff, the clothes on my back.
I just don't get why we have to buy our own weapons and our own merchants. But we got people who can filter us better gear.
Greetings again. Hope that little day excursion you and I jawed about is going well. Libations or information? What's your poison?
The encampment had been razed. I'm sorry to say there were no survivors, but I believe we were able to uncover what transpired. I should add, your observations during the investigation were unexpectedly keen. Working beside you was a pleasure.
I'm surprised. Didn't know if you had it in you, especially with an Arbiter in tow. But you got what was needed. Not bad at all. I'd be happy to direct you to the broker. First, though, we've got a small issue. There's a malfunctioning lamp in the basement I need someone to take a look at. Here's a keycard to get you down there. You mind? Just trust me and go give it a look.
Anyone had asked me, I'd have put the odds of a live Arbiter finding his way into my chambers at 1 in a few trillion. Good that you didn't come here for blood, Arbiter Rao. Barney would have sniffed it out and broken you in twain. And I do disdain mopping up Protectorate corpses.
If you know who I am, you must know why I'm here. My mentor died under vague circumstances, and I desire any information pertaining to the specifics of her death.
Interesting. That question appears to be at odds with High Command's public statement on the matter. Losing faith in your masters?
No. But I cannot shake the sensation that something was awry with her passing. If you know something, tell me. Please.
I could get used to this kind of groveling. Your instincts are right, Arbiter. Though we don't know the specifics, I received information that your mentor's body bore signs of a fight, and a nasty one. Someone killed her.
I shall in time, when fewer prying ears abound.
If that's all, I think you'd best get along. I prefer not to sully my quarters with Protectorate lackeys. Live ones, anyhow.
And I prefer to limit my time with scheming blackguards. Let us take our leave from present company. Speak to me outside, if you would. There's something I'd care to ask you.
Run along now. I've spent more than enough time entertaining wayward sprats.
Yeah, how about this? I recruited a Protectorate subject direct-like from Bastion, middle of a Protectorate holding.
Think I'll congratulate you for risking your hide to recruit one subject? Forgive me for withholding my applause.
You're jealous of my charms.
Yeah, real jealous. So are the half-dozen ACAD execs I recruited last week. We're all just vomitous with envy.
of the Arbiter typically does not require the assistance of others. We are expected to act as wholly independent entities. But I fully realize that had I not your aid today, my investigation's progress would have stalled and withered. During our investigation, I gauged your trustworthiness and did not find it wanting. What say we travel together? I think you have earned forthrightness. I came to Free Market Station to seek the true killer of my mentor, the Supreme Arbiter. Sub Rosa deals in information, and were thusly my best lead on her killer. They gave me less than I'd hoped, but it was at least a start. Unfortunately, I cannot act truly alone. I have no ship, and no support. Utilizing one of our craft for independent purposes would have rendered me conspicuous. I knew Sub Rosa would offer steady transport as long as I paid their exorbitant fees, just as I knew they would collect information on my every movement. But I neither trust them nor have the funds to continue this relationship for much longer. You, on the other hand, my colleagues have accepted that her death was a natural one. Questioning an explanation of that nature is foolish, dangerous even. Nonetheless, the circumstances of her death trouble me. I cannot allow myself to accept the explanation that's been put forth without investigating to the fullest of my abilities. I do not know your allegiance, and accordingly shall not speculate. Suffice it to say, for now, that I fear the true killer is within the Protectorate. I hold my word in highest regard. Were I to pledge allegiance to you, the pact would be nigh unbreakable, barring some extreme action on your part. I will keep to my convictions in any case, but I understand. What instructions would you have me follow? I should have considered this eventuality. I will listen to your words, and I shall follow your orders. I will not assail enemies of the Protectorate without your consent, though I will not like it. But if my sense of duty outpaces my willingness to comply with an order, or if you attack my brethren unprovoked, our relationship will come to an abrupt end. Excellent. I hope our working relationship is most fruitful. I'm sure we shall discover much together.
Won't argue he seems capable, but let's be mindful where his true allegiance lies.
I was afraid of this. Remember to duck if he starts swinging, all right?
Let us be off, Commander.
Is it me, or has my ankle been squeaking? Anyway, need something, Commander? Sure.
That must be Matriarch's Mercy. Sure think a lot of their royal family, don't they?
The universal equation for day.
Please, somebody help us! Anybody, please! Finally, some help. We desperately need aid. Desperately. My family and I, we was making our way to the Mercy camp for us refugees. We were set upon. My wife, my son were injured. Can't move them by myself. I had to leave them just past this tunnel so as I could go for help. But being alone is even more riskier. The Varachnids, I chased them off, but they'll be back. Please help us. Ain't nothing I can do for them, but you got weapon and medicines and can get us to the camp. Please. I don't... Vary, by my guess, she was bit on the thigh, high, like, can see bone. Or maybe white means infected? She's screaming all the time when she's awake. Then she goes to sleep. She in agony. And my son ain't waked since the attack. Hurry, please. We must hurry, or they'll be eaten. Or worse. No, you're not carings. We'll kill them.
Another refugee? All right, step just a moment. Allowing anyone into Matriarch's Mercy unprocessed will upset the precarious ratio of refugees to aid. We should have an opportunity for placement in approximately 7.85 days, presuming no unforeseen alterations. Ah, I seem to recollect one matching your description set for arrival. Pardon my slowing your ingress. It has been rather hectic of late. Welcome to Matriarch's Mercy. Rule number 1, no crowding. Rule number 2, avoid the exclusion zone. Our seer has predicted non-specific imminent danger. I thought the name was self-explanatory. Our seer predicted that a corner of the encampment is in terrible danger. Stay away from it, and in all probability, you won't. Our predictions spring from the universal equation, the very number. Only a fool ignores probability, and we don't suffer fools around these. Safety and probability are incompatible. Eventually, nowhere will be safe. Not at present, but according to our predictions, the creation of a third rule is likely, if not inevitable. That's enough question. You need anything, talk to Seer Wiley.
Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return to how it was?
I wish. And the invaders? Water defecting?
How long are we meant to stay here?
My soup is nutritionally calculated to sustain all...
Cease rifling in your colleagues' pockets, or else! And you, no jostling! Oh, forget it.
Broke my nose. I banged him up real...
The void you did. Barely connected. You're thinking of 2-3 scraps ago. You've been mostly unconscious a while now. Okay, no need to get sore or nothing. I don't think it works like that, but you ought to talk to Boss Tilda. She's the brains in this... What does she call it? Oh, yeah. Quasi-illicit.
Doesn't like to look at us when we're all banged up. Said my face turned her off Borsloaf.
Anyhow, head down the hill along the fence.
The Grand Plan is the predetermined order to the entire universe. Apologies, outsider. As a vicar, I am usually tasked. Lately, the abbot has tasked me with the education of the ref. You are, of course, free to stay to be enlightened by my lecture, but I don't need an abacus to predict your path lies elsewhere. Frivolous jocularity is one of a vicar's key methods for establishing rapport with lay people. If we gab a bit, I might restock my arsenal for witty rejoinders and quips. Yes, I reckon I do have my ear to the grimy dirt. Suppose I, more than any other member of the Order here, connect with non-scienticians. I've begun daily lectures, including I frequently launch into extended orations on everyone's favorite topic, math, and meticulously oh dear, I got ahead of myself. As I'm sure you've read in recent dissertations doing the rounds, education has proven to have a 13-point... I am single-handedly making a difference here, with constructive pointers on efficient scheduling, lessons on Order history, plus some mathematics for a little added razzle-dazzle. Never as many as I would like, perhaps. Eventually, my unsophisticated layperson friend, the knowledge just seeps right in. Give it a few years and they'll even...
Shame what happened there. I seen the whole thing. Watch yourself if you intend to nose around that collapsed ramshackle. I swear, refugee settlements aren't what they used to be. Yes, technically a hut is meant to be only one story. Because when you stack them, they tend to fall over. Happens a lot. People here need more room to breathe. Can't build in the walkways, can't set up in the exclusion zone. So don't have proper building material or nothing. They just make do. Oh, you put that together, did you? Here, I thought I was being subtle. Maybe if we interspersed our requests with numbers, they'd pay attention. Seems like all they care about sometimes. They're doing something.
Welcome. Have you come to bask?
Where do we go now? Another refugee?
We're not going anywhere. Not in the base.
Except for the fact that you ain't yelling and trying to eat me. You do got a certain feral look in your eye, though. May Huffstutler, formerly Auntie's Choice, Department of Invasive Marketing. Now, the voice of the displaced. That's what those in the Order call me, leastways. An unofficial sobriquet, likely meant as a pet. On account I object. Louder. More often than the rest. Those of us ended up here have very little except needs. I turned those into demands for reasons of clarity and import. Though, admittedly, the Order's not exactly fond of me, happy as I am to make your acquaintance. I'm busy staking our claim over the exclusion zone, so if you'll excuse me. The exclusion zone. The Order is... Screw their predictions. We have people, displaced by war and disaster, in chance of life-threatening peril from a yet-to-be-determined catastrophe. Not what I would call... I honestly don't give the slightest whit about the... I couldn't get anywhere with Administrator Daggerwall, but you... Maybe you'll have better luck. Even the Order, for all of their logical ways, value an outside perspective. Thanks, stranger. You can find Agarwal in the lift building.
What happened to this place? Law.
My knowledge yours.
Word to wise, don't accept anything here that's given for free. You'll pay, one way or another.
You got business? No? Move on. Reckon you at least know how to oil the gears of Ingra. Salutations, friend. Not many find their way into my presence, but those that... I do hope you'll pardon the rigmarole it took to meet me. The Order has such an antiquated philosophy. Feast! You haven't seen my landmine supplier, have you? I hope he hasn't. What fine contraband might I supply you with this day? It's superb cover and a consistent market. Refugees are in need of all... Myself, I enjoy the thrills of the environ. Will the Order attempt to drive me out? Will Matriarch's mercy be shelled? Why, I thank you. Takes a unique sort to appreciate the finer points of illegal smuggling. We stand that we'd like to make a good ton of... Beyond that, I'm not supposed to comment. But Sub Rosa consists primarily of ex-Auntie's Choice and... We've still got folks we care about out there. Complicates some of our feelings on the fighting. But if the fighting stops, our income...
Greetings. What can I help you with? Let me guess. One of your co-occupants is always hanging up his or you're dealing with more of a stay off my palate or that's my air you're breathing sort of thing. Pray elucidate the exact nature. Oh, really? Like they strung a few words together in a row and it all made sense? That's a marked improvement on earlier. Here in Matriarch's Mercy, if you're not a member of the Order, you're probably living sort of thing tends to cause friction between neighbors. Would lead to fights, but nobody here wants trouble with the Order. So they hire our hooligans to battle by proxy. Half the time, people shy away at the first sight of blood. The other, that's what they're there for. We say whoever wins the fight wins the argument. But frankly, it's never anything of consequence, like, okay, hurrah! This guy gets back his mangy button. Now, how can I help you exactly? Ugh, a tourist. Well, clear out then, huh? Can't have you scaring off...
Look, your nose was just a stand-in for Dwarf.
This unit is
By the law. Oh, thank the architect you're finally here. I've scarcely breathed while hoping you'd come. I am in desperate need of your help. As a doctor, we don't have enough beds or private quarters to separate people, so of course the Order keeps us well supplied with meds, but things will get worse as... Yes, I can treat sickness as it arises. It would be leagues better to prevent... Since you asked, just don't shake the man's hand. He has a habit of coughing into his palm when he covers it at all. You see, the Seers are members of the Order who labor over the universe. Recently, I had a rare opportunity to ask the Seer for guidance. I feared the prediction was a fluke, but here you are. A dashing outsider standing before me. Strictly speaking, it isn't. Not yet. But the math is very, very, very good at Anyway, that is the Seer's business. My business is the health and welfare of this... Where to begin? I am but a humble general practitioner. What I really need are specialists, and the Seer... My thanks, stranger. The Seer gave me a datapad with explicit instructions that I not read it. Now, take the datapad, with my thanks. Thanks to you, our automechanical doctor has been dispensing medication and... Take this. On behalf of the Order and the displaced... Now, will there be anything else? How can I be of service? I can tend to your injuries, provided you have the bits to compensate me for my time and skill. My skills are freely given to the displaced refugees, the injured and outcast. No offense, but you do not suit the qualifications. So payment up front is appreciated. Not to worry. I'm no seer, but...
Tissue and blood along the entire intestinal tract.
You're right. The universe does not orient itself toward fairness.
What is it? I have 15 seconds of allotted time for non-sp- Oh, don't tell me. You're here on behalf of the voice of the displaced, aren't you? Oh. May, is it? This is about the exclusion zone, correct? Excuse me, but the intricate dance of the cosmos... You see, the Seer predicted that a calamity would befall the exclusion zone. But the ever-disruptive voice of the displaced is dead set on occupying the exclusion zone anyway, laughing in the face of certain peril. We don't know, and the Seer has augured death for anyone who enters the exclusion zone. Furthermore, and I quote, an outside mediator having earned the confidence of both sides, and now the voice has involved you. How auspicious. Perhaps you are the outside mediator who was foretold. I believe only in the cold, inconvenient mathematics of the cosmos. This will work. It must work. The first step is to familiarize yourself. The displaced want the exclusion zone. We want it. With your seasoned perspective, perhaps any questions before you get started? I can tell you she's a rabble-rouser of the highest order. You can find her outside, but you already knew that. Novice Seer Vicarage should have ample time to illuminate you on the Order's forecast modeling methods. He's just down the room from here. According to predictions, yes. Or at least, my interpretation of them. Many people around camp support or object to our methods. Speak to them. Form your own opinion.
1,068.5 pardons, but my attention is presently 99.81% occupied, coordinating provisions and supplies for the displaced. I have 0 allotted time for random. As the assigned provisioner, I am responsible for coordinating the overwhelming majority of my time is dedicated to this. You may not have noticed, but the refugees do not want for food or medicine. The Order of the Ascendant is dedicated to the ascension. If I can help others in need today, I shall do so. With the great disruption that has occurred to their lives, one can hardly blame them. Appreciate. You may recall, as I stated earlier, I haven't any time for...
Yeah.
Ah, you must be the, Earth Directorate agent I was told to expect. Your punctuality is commendable. Allow me to welcome you to Golden Reach. I'm afraid I've no refreshments available, but can I interest you in a customary debate over decidability?
If I may interject, High Scholar, don't you agree our time would be better utilized on more relevant discourse?
Seer Wiley's right, as always. Obviously, we've all more important things to do than to stand around trifling with truth tables. Perhaps later then. The presiding bishop sent word of your imminent arrival. However, pursuant to our normal standards of compartmentalization, she was scant on the details of your mission. That said, I've been instructed to assist you however I can. So, tell me, what brings you to Golden Reach? Since losing access to the archive, the Order has been forced to limit its open exchange of ideas and information to avoid contaminating what few predictions we can still make. Well said. You clearly have a mind for science. The Archive is a vast network of computational machines built beneath the ice of Cloister. Prior to the invasion, the Order used it to generate predictions on a vast scale. But listen to me prattling on. I'm sure you aren't here for a history lesson.
And leave Abbot Newell to be subjected to the inanity of a total stranger? Absolutely not.
Don't trouble yourself about Seer Wiley. He's here as my aide. I trust him implicitly. Now, you were saying? DeVries. Now, why does that name ring familiar? Landon, do you recall a DeVries?
I don't generally concern myself with passers-through. If this DeVries was not a member of the Order, then it's unlikely we ever exchanged mats. Victor Clemens, some kind of radical. What an absurd notion.
I must agree with my seer. I once watched Victor shed copious tears over a damaged datapad. It's difficult to imagine him capable of worse. And that may well be true. But our standard of proof within the Order is not normally met by hearsay alone. Victor's currently supervising highly experimental research at one of our labs to the northwest, the En-Ray Range, beyond the invaders' front lines. Unfortunately, you'll need to go through the decommissioned autonomous extractorium to reach it. That path is less than safe, so I advise caution.
What business is...
Let's not be unfriendly. Obviously, Victor's work has something to do with En-Rays, but beyond that, I haven't a clue. Besides the highly caustic Zeranium River and the Mantisaurs, we've also received reports of mad cultists in the area. It does make me wonder why Victor decided Rift worshippers spouting inane theories. They began showing up prior to the invasion. The first sign of dysfunction in the Protectorate always starts, loath as I am to admit it. There may be some merit to your worries, so as my predecessor would remind me, denying unpleasant facts is not good science. I would be remiss if I failed to support an investigation. It is apparent to me now that the presiding bishop, in her unfailing calculation, no doubt you heard of the recent attack launched on that Anti's Choice base, Outpost Opportunity. It came from one of our facilities, the Zeranium Manufactory. But that facility is... I hate thinking an Order member responsible, but given the precision of the attack, it does suggest trick...
Respectfully, Scholar, given current tensions, should we really be trusting such a delicate task to this stranger? Would an internal... Thank you for proving my thesis statement.
I don't dispute the need for discretion, my friend. But the presiding bishop made the determination to send the agent to us. It's best we trust her calculations. Moreover, our situation is growing increasingly dire. I can't overstate my fears concerning this most recent attack ending the ceasefire and reigniting the war in Golden Ridge. One more thing. Your investigation into the traitors takes precedence, but if you could also render aid at Outpost Opportunity on our behalf, such a gesture might preserve the peace. Most assuredly not. It would eliminate the entire point of the ceasefire. Please convey that fact to whomever you speak with.
And here I was under the impression that investigating crime...
At any rate, I trust whatever's uncovered over the course of this investigation will serve as compensation enough. I knew I could rely upon you. Here, take this writ of investigative inquiry. It'll grant you access to... Seer Wiley and I will conduct our own inquest into these traitors you've mentioned erstwhile. We can compare notes once you've returned with your findings. Illuminating the path to true erudition is an abbot's moral duty.
A calling for those with a greater than average talent for mathematics and computation, particularly in the field of predictive analysis.
Seer Wiley is being too modest about his contributions. Many in the Order rely on seers for their indispensable counsel. I myself would be lost without mine. Oh, indeed. I needn't educate you on what you can see with your very eyes. Without Wiley, I dare say our Why, Matriarch's Mercy would not be the refuge it is without his predictions shepherding its development. That is a statue of the Matriarch, Alexandra Varick, Arcadia's founder and for whom the monastery was named after. Regrettably, Alexandra Monastery is closed to non-Order members at the moment, given recent troubles. But perhaps Seer Wiley can give us an estimation of its reopening.
Oh, certainly. According to my calculations, the monastery will be accessible to certain members of the public shortly.
Ha! Good news indeed. Oh, you really must visit. The observatory is a true sight to behold. No updates on anything I can do to assist you? Illuminating the path to true erudition. Rift worshippers spouting inane...
Please, not so close. I'm aggregating. Speak to Abbot Newell if you...
Welcome back. Anything I can do to assist you? Oh, of course. What, apart from providing them sustenance, shelter, and... Need I remind you, Arcadia is at war. This is what war looks like, I'm afraid. Alexandra Monastery is a place of sacred study, advancing our understanding of the plan. We cannot... I haven't the wish to debate you on this any further. Please... Yes, what have you discovered? No, anything I can do to assist you? Oh, of course. Merely a precaution against calamity. Based off certain predictions, I agree with Seer Wiley that it is best to avoid those areas for now. Yes, the plan can seem quite mysterious at times, but we are providing for them.
We need to help the folk at Opportunity, Commander. Void the Abbot. He's more concerned with exonerating his own than with making things right.
The refugee camp? Another colony?
Are you going to be a problem?
With an 8.23 margin of error, that our situation will improve in time.
Friends, neighbors, while you shelter in Matriarch's mercy, read the teachings of the
Algorithmic dissonance. And then we solve for the... apologies. Just catching up on a research assignment. Oh, doesn't everyone have that memorized? It's 1.77245385. Ah, I see you were making a jest and/or attempt at conversation. Anything else? Typically, no. And it has been somewhat challenging. The abbot felt a scientician operating in a conspicuous spot in the thoroughfare might be useful. An illustrative way for our guests to see how we operate. To show how the Crabble patties are made, as it were. That is, if the meat preparation involved a 90-step rate formula and a conflux of polynomial equations. I am also on hand to answer queries by providing data supporting our actions. Though perhaps due to my central location, 89.74% of the time, I am simply asked for directions. I am sure they bear any inconveniences with grace and, according to data, life inside shows a notable uptick in key relevant quality of life. Life outside sees increased risk of starvation, inclement weather, and hostile xenofauna. Yes, indeed. Numbers are really... Surely you've heard our reasoning. I'd note by leaving the area fallow, we've lowered settlement productivity by 3.57%. We lower that more still to care for the displaced. We have diverted internal resources to better meet demand in key areas. And I'm pleased to say that's led to a statistic then backed. If you have queries, I have figures. Distraction and I are old colleagues. Given our present circumstances, according to data, life inside shows a notable uptick in life outside sees we have diverted internal resources to then back. Oh, try not to get too close. My sinuses are stuffed up, my ears are backed up, and I could burst at any moment. Every fluid from every orifice. So keep your distance. Law, finally. Real relief for my fake symptoms. Let's see it then. If it's all the same, I'll give it to someone in real need. I've got more practice ahead of me. Wouldn't want to spoil it by seeking treatment. You have my gratitude, stranger. I think it's downright awful what's happened to these fine. Sickness, malnutrition, spontaneous genetic disorders. You too.
I remember this place before the war.
Keep your behavior within acceptable parameters.
I can't recall the last time this region was silent.
Every scientician yearns to be.
Oh,
One day.
a visitor. Hello. You weren't mentioned in my latest granted, I mostly skim the parts what don't cover probabilistic dangers, so perhaps you were alluded to in some. Suppose that means you're not a threat. So that's good, right? Yeah, I reckon that's good. First time I got a POP, it was on a lark. It said, Rollo Nast, our seer has predicted you must wear a helmet today. Just after lunch, wind picked up on the cliff above and dropped a mock apple 152 meters straight down onto my head. Fortunately, I still had that brain case on. I mean, if you want an exact estimate or percentage, talk to them. As for me, a few times I couldn't make heads or tail of half of it. Like, avoid anything representing whole numbers? I didn't know what to do about that. So I just stayed put. End of the day, I'm still here, and my co-occupant Ike isn't. So, I guess them prognostications work well enough. You did catch the part I said they'd save my life, right? I think alive is a notable improvement on dead. I don't know why the other displaced have been so slow to take to them, but I'm not.
Oh, Administrator Agarwal. Here to find.
Yes, well, our esteemed outsider here has agreed to thoroughly appraise our situation, in the hope that we may finally close the book on the
They say you asked around. Listen to folks. That's a good start, at least. Well, we tried to work things out on our own.
Mediator, I leave the fate of the exclusion zone in your capable hands. Speak on then.
Did he also happen to mention they were needlessly oblique and vague?
But our predictions are given to inform and protect, not... Forgive me. I do not mean to disrupt.
You mean that missionary type who's always talking at everybody instead of to them?
Her mission is to uplift.
She's indoctrinating, not...
Point taken.
You actually got the Provisioner to give you the time of day.
Ah, yes. I sometimes forget Provisioner Plotnik is also assigned to minding the displaced's needs. Her role is largely proactive, while mine is reactive.
If the provisioner's booked up, I say redeploy another egghead at the matter.
It's less of an issue of personnel as it is of safety. Contrary to your assumptions, we do...
I'm all ears, Mediator.
The what now?
When grievances between the displaced approach fisticuffs, we hire Sub-Rosa hooligans to duke things out for us.
That is unquantifiably absurd, and I don't see how moving into the exclusion zone will help. Unproductive is one thing. Paid Donnybrooks with surrogate fighters is... well, I'm at a loss for an applicative metaphor to describe it. I understand you were crucial in securing additional medical
Yeah. Anyhow, what was the good doctor's diagnosis? At Auntie's Choice, we'd view this from a lens of how sickness...
That is indeed unfortunate, but the dangers predicted for the exclusion zone may outweigh these concerns. Collapsed, but we built Matriarch's Mercy to optimize comfort and safety.
I'm guessing you're saying this wasn't an official structure, more of a hastily assembled, precariously built shanty. People are struggling to make do with what they have. If we had the exclusion zone...
I'm aghast these structures weren't built following established order construction guidelines. By my calculations, you've explored this topic from... I suspect that your sympathies lie with the displaced. Unfortunate if true, but I leave the decision in your capable hands.
Finally understand what we're dealing with, huh? For every problem, there's an obtuse, indirect solution.
Regardless of your misgivings, I ask that you follow your reason. Well, if this is the fate that was augured, then I will not complain. Though it goes... Please.
Not to worry, Administrant. Here. Thanks again, stranger. The Order won't scare us off that easily.
Who's that?
I miss the classics.
Moto's looking a mite marginal, Commander.
digging now.
Audio log of Chief Exploitation Behavioralist DeWitt. This is entry number 8 of my scrapper preventative fieldwork. Unfortunately, it seems my heavy metal detritus drops mixed into the adrenatime cancels the intoxicating effects that the scrappers crave. Their leader was first to the drops-enhanced injections that I conspicuously left for them. And he ran through all 24 in barely a minute trying to cure the urge. He seized, turning steely gray, and then succumbed to some sort of severe blood poisoning. Though I'm confident it's completely unrelated to my heavy metal detritus drops, now the rest are in a frenzy hunting for... Why, hello. I didn't reckon you'd find me way up... Oh, no. I had nothing to do with... I said... No, please! Please! Ah!
Yeah. All charged up. Change the button. You have my
This thing's got...
Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return to how it was?
The Protectorate have only been told a watered-down revision of Order philosophy. Since the schism...
Hope you appreciated how I bit my tongue back there with the abbot. Didn't want things to come to blows with civilians in the crossfire. Could be that he's sincere, or could be that he has his hands so full with keeping his community from... Either way, I'm willing to stay my hand until we know the truth. If it were my folk buried under the rubble, besides, ain't nobody around here better suited for investigating than we are. I prefer doing my shooting after asking all the pertinent questions. While we're at it playing detective, we need to scope out opportunity. If there are any survivors, I can only hope they had warning enough to run for cover. If they didn't, well, there's only so much basic training can prepare you for. That's a rotten thing to say. Good don't mean much against a 5-ton sucker punch. We should move on, unless you've got something for me?
By calculating the position of every atom...
Can't say I'm fond of these lodgings.
Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return to how it...
You have my thanks and... my hammer.
Commander, you got a minute to talk? The number of folks seeking refuge from the war is, well, Andes may not be faring much better here, but we could at least find enough work for these folk to buy some food. I mean, we ain't gonna give up our cots for what could be the enemy. We're doing what we gotta do to... It's a tough situation, that's all I'm saying. But if the Order can't even manage tens of folk at their doorstep, they ain't gonna manage much better should they win the war. Except we have resources to spare on these folk. Does the Order? But that... I went through this myself when Auntie's Choice took over Tau Ceti. It took time to secure the merger, but once they did, and all they wanted in return was the signing of an employment contract. Now, I ain't seeing any contracts in Matriarch's mercy, so what is the Order actually gaining by doing this? The thought has crossed my mind, though I reckon we might have seen concrete proof of it. Anyhow, if the Order is in fact helping these folk with no hidden aims, then appreciate you hearing me out.
Now, 4 years since this war began. Can't rightly recall. It's a struggle to keep track with the constant threat of bullets ventilating your brain pan. Had another run-in with those brigands. Caught us unawares while out on patrol. The Order was hard enough to get. Now we got them too. It's enough to make a man weep. How many good soldiers have you lost out in those law-forsaken wastes? Every time we send a patrol out, we count ourselves lucky if even half of them come back. And now, it's my squad's turn. I'm sorry, this will be the last you'll ever hear of me. Tell my wife that, law help me. Just tell her I love her.
A handful of Auntie's Choice soldiers survived what transpired here. I suppose we can aid them, what was the phrase? For a price?
Did that blast give me a dunder? Or is some damn stranger walking into my area of operation right after we've been attacked?
You all right, officer? We saw the impact and got over here fast as we could. If there's anything we can
do to part you from your bits while you're desperate? Yeah, I know your type. You go private, but then lurk in the shadows like manta wasps looking to prey on easy marks. You got any reason I oughtn't have you shot? Help? Help how? Help is an offer to contract your services to a disadvantaged party with the aim of grossly inflating your prevailing rates? Help like that? Sure, that's what you mean. If you're not even going to be honest about your intentions, how can I possibly trust your services? Now get the hell out of my outpost!
Affirmative action.
Enemies of the Sovereign!
Contrivance malfunction, laboratory mishap, and/or miscellaneous.
Hello? Someone there? Yes? Did the missive not play, or was it garbled in some way? Are you somehow struggling with coherence? If so, to be clear, Zerania Manufactory 7 presently and for an indeterminate time is in lockdown. That means no external transmissions, no visitors. Wait, you have a writ? From the Abbot? But we don't have any means of... yes, they said they have a... yes, sir.
This is Factor Maytugier. Am I to understand you have orders from the Abbot? Quite convenient for you. I have no way of verifying without allowing you entry. Very well. Come inside and we'll see this sorted. Building on the left.
Yes, right over here. So, the Abbot deigned to send someone whilst we're contending with all manner of emergencies, did he? Wait, is that an Auntie's Choice enhanced soldier with you? Oh, I see what this is. Stay back. We have no desire to escalate things further. Don't do something you'll regret.
We want answers, not a fight. And if indeed there's any retribution to be had, it won't be by my hand. Tell him, Commander.
All within the Order are equal parts of the equation. It is functionally useless to imply greater influence. Sometimes I cannot fathom what goes through the Abbot's mind, but your papers do seem to be legitimate. I will unlock the elevator so you can speak with Proctor Svoboda below. I'll send word you're en route, but fair warning, I cannot predict what reception you will receive. I expect your behavior will remain impeccable. As soon as I've seen to securing the facility, I'll be along straight away. The recent attack may have originated from this facility, but I assure you it was not at our hand. We have one of our transport pods filled with Zeranium was diverted toward, or more specifically, though functionally correct, I assure you. The transport pods are fired into space. To date, no one has ever misused them for this purpose, despite the explosive nature of the material. Fortunately, we have managed to corner the apparent perpetrator down below, which would be a good thing if they had not, somehow seized control. Our suspect, one Initiate Alva, though steadfastly maintaining her innocence, she has also barricaded herself in the operations control room below. Both of them? Well, I admit I'm to a reasonable degree pleased you are on hand to corroborate current supposition.
It evidently originated here. Transport pod full of Zeranium. Blue outpost opportunity to naught but tingles and splendors. Wait, so was it classified as an accident? Or an attack? What I'd like to know...
Initiate Alva, stand down. Relinquish control of this facility immediately.
Oh, my dear Proctor, you can't believe a low-level drudge like me is responsible for any of this.
You'd have us all believe you seized control to demonstrate your innocence. Wait, is this being broadcast?
I have no idea how this audio doodad works. You're the one in charge here, Proctor Svoboda. Are you sure you didn't do something?
I demand your unconditional surrender at...
Hello, Proctor? I'm pushing buttons over here now. Did I disconnect you somehow?
Emergency detoxification initiated. What's her name took over?
Things have been a mite haywire.
Ah, yes, of course. Next on my list of lowest probability events, strangers sent by the Abbot, gallivanting about amidst a lockdown. If we'd been able to communicate beyond our walls, might have saved you a trip. As I can successfully report, we have identified the responsible party. I oversee this manufactory and all personnel, including those here under false pretense. A spy or turncoat, no doubt. A sleeper agent from one of those secret enemy programs you're always hearing about. Within a beat of us hearing of the attack, Alva seized command of the system. She then forcefully repelled several attempts to extricate her. 2 are dead already. Poor Jacobs lost a hand trying to pry free the outer doors. Why, she could destroy this entire place at any moment from in there. I implore you to stop her before she does so. I fear violence may be our only recourse. Whatever for. I suppose some limited nosing about before dispatching her wouldn't hurt. I'll be in my office. We're still in lockdown, so I take it you haven't shot the traitor yet. Failed to...
The Order was responsible for most Zeranium manufacturing prior to the schism. It is fortunate that the Protectorate has accelerated its own production since.
We're still in lockdown, so I take it you haven't shot the traitor yet.
Now, this is important. Would you describe the Varachid's calicity as slavering when it attacked? How much viscous fluid would you estimate was involved?
I don't know anything about the fluid's volume. Thing attacked.
No lectures, please.
I have many solutions, but none for your problems. By the look of you.
2 exemplars. Please, don't
I can tell we have little crossover of interests.
Of course she's hiding something. You think those 2 exemplars just fell wrong? They're hardly prone to involuntary self-injury. Alva's been head on in. How many years?
We don't wrap this up soon.
Not skilled.
No reason to
These will fill some other function. I only question taking roles of significant authority.
Investigator? May circumstances proceed toward intended results.
Oh, hello. A visitor. Who is it they're sending now? And who are you, dear? You're what? Some maverick for hire. And who is that you brought with you? Ah, an Auntie's Choice grafted soldier. You poor dear. And someone else. Could that be all this for me? Fear I hardly deserve such attention. This entire business is just a terrible misunderstanding. Oh, believe you me, I am thoroughly unaware how anyone would think me capable of all this. I was apparently at the wrong point in space at the wrong point in time. Really? Do you see me, a saboteur? Oh, don't they all? I'll tell you exactly what happened. Our transport pod leveled outpost opportunity. I immediately realized someone must have bypassed my terminal. I initiated a lockdown to block further tampering. Had I not, additional attacks may have continued. Now, despite a long record of dedicated service, who's being blamed for this calamity? Me, somehow. I hate to speak poorly of management, but we work folk around the manufactory consider the proctor, I assume she's acting as any functionary would, assigning blame to appear in control. Well, you know the type, surely. Dear me, I wish I knew. But, why, yes, I could unseal access to the records repository for you, and open the path leading there. I'd be right grateful if you'd have a look. I swear I'm completely innocent of this heinous act they're accusing me of. If you need to hear me say it, surely. I promise not to destroy this facility with all of us in it. Was that reassuring enough? Appreciate your help, dear. Please, may the plan favor us against long odds.
May all your endeavors add to the equation. Patrol's back, I hear. Don't see Auntie's being too discreet.
Our Earth Directorate friend.
Well, hello. Have an update to share with an...
Hello. I've been conversing with Factor Metadier here while you were away.
Yes, they witnessed me rather discomposed, I fear. Visions of Auntie's choice reprisal clouded my thoughts at the time.
The Factor is less accusatory in his questioning than certain others, which I respect. Good manners cost nothing, I always say.
Troops now guard the entrance above. Our safety addressed, I have turned my attention to the cause of our situation here. And I have... Do not let my position fool you. All within the Order are scienticians, and hence we seek the truth of any hypothesis based on evidence. The Proctor's a recent security audit brought up several curious messages meant for an unknown party, sent from a terminal somewhere on the... We were unable to track down the whereabouts of this mystery terminal, but one message nothing conclusive.
You examined the launch records, yes? Did you find anything, dear? I'd say they've obviously been altered, dear. But listen to me. What do I know about this sort of thing? I know I've watched too many Aetherwave serials. Suppose they fuel my fervent imagination. But still, even the most junior scientician knows the best explanation is one requiring the fewest assumptions. Ergo, I set the correct coordinates. Someone overrode them. There should be ample time for regret later, dear. For now, I'll admit the armchair investigator in me wonders about someone may be pulling her strings, perhaps. That's what investigators like you say, isn't it? A Zeranium leak occurred moments after the launch. I imagine it may have been used as a diversion, allowing the culprit to... The overriding of the coordinates also deserves a look. Don't you think?
I can speak to the coordinate override, I believe. All commands are routed through the hub in central processing. If one meant to accomplish what you're suggesting...
I expect the Zeranium leak stemmed from alterations to the control boards and refinement logistics. I'd look for any signs of tampering that may point to the culprit. Oh, I'm full of hidden depths, dear, but this isn't the time. All right. There.
I'll stay here and play for more time. If the Proctor sends anyone, I'll say I'm close to convincing you to surrender.
Had plenty of managers like Svoboda back on Tau Ceti. Couldn't take responsibility for nothing.
I am decidedly in your debt. Anything you need? Anything I, a lowly archivist, can provide you, a heroic individual who is handy with doors? Well, again, I deeply appreciate... Careful on your way out. May all your endeavors elicit expected results. all your theories prove true. May all your endeavors elicit expected results.
Factor's been in there a while now. Perhaps this conundrum is approaching a solution.
It is difficult for me to tell how strange Alva's situation is relative to anything else within the Order. It all seems equally inexplicable.
Yes. Suppose you'll do. I'd been hoping an empiricist or assessor would amble by, but you appear reasonably apt. What else will this higgledy-piggledy nightmare of a day bring? Might I entreat you to act in such a capacity? The control board to divert the flow of Zeranium is up yonder in refinery logistics. If so, I have something for your time and effort. Well, as a fellow student of science, we developed a pharmaceutical primer that, technically it poisons you a little, but also heals you quite effectively. Shut off the gas, it's your tremendous. May deliberate endeavors beget expected results.
you're back. I see Serenium overflow venting has returned to a non-haywire state, and my internal levels of disquietude have lessened. With the leak abated, I am fully prepared to be peppered with... Now that you mention it, yes. I must admit, I haven't given the attack a single thought since. Not much. Keeps to herself mostly. Or that is entirely. Like all of us. You mean just after the attack occurred? I was in a state of anxiety at the time, and, well, I'm sure you're aware higher levels of cortisol can impede the encoding of memory. Quite right. This card will allow you into our humble little research lab. The pharmaceutical primer I mentioned is... Always account for standard deviation.
Dear. Why, we were...
Or specifically, potential implications for a multitude of troubling scenarios.
You know how the Order is. Always calculating something. But please, tell us what you discovered.
That you found evidence that the coordinates were rerouted is definitely something. Would be an odd step for Alva here to take.
I admit I had the knowledge to cause the leak, but not the authorization. And yes, why would I reroute coordinate commands away from here? I'm sufficiently certain our proctor is conspiring with an outside party. So I'm coming out now. She's going to tell me who she's working with. Then I'm going to kill her.
Wait a minute. You're going to what? Our investigation, it's unfinished. And you're an initiate. What are you talking about?
Oh, I see you two thought you were proving my innocence. No, you were helping identify my target. I'd advise you dears to help or stay out of my way. Proctor Svoboda needs to pay for her actions.
Yes, I concur. That may be the only part of this that seems certain. You are far more capable than some back manufactory button pusher. Who are you, really?
I am a dedicated agent of the Order, but no, dear. My name is not Miriam Alva. I am Marisol Delgado, formerly of the Department of Preemptive Causal Redirection.
That group was just a story to scare novice scienticians. Next, you're going to be telling me you're... Wait. It is you, isn't it? The one they called the Endpoint.
If you want one, you gotta earn it. Start rescuing sprats out of trees. Or maybe finish the important conversations you start.
I must admit, I'm not entirely sure. The rumors about your department. They said anyone who might delay the equation being solved disappeared. If there are any hints of truth to that, I find it severely at odds with Order tenets for balancing efficiency with humanity.
This is hardly the time for a history lesson or debate, I'm afraid. I arrived decades ago to lie low after a difficult assignment. More than that, I have nothing to speak on at present.
That you are who you are, and are standing right, and have been here for years. It's all much to digest. I suspect your methods are not my own, nor the Order's, as I know it. And I fear your intentions for Proctor Svoboda. I cannot be party to this, but neither shall I stand in your way.
A wise calculation, my friend. Good thing you showed up when you did. You saved me from having to kill everyone here. Not that I was relishing the idea, but you provided other options. Svoboda has much to answer for. Let's go see that she does.
What's this? What are you doing here? Come to surrender, I take it?
After decades keeping this identity, your inexpert blundering has rendered it obsolete. I am Marisol Delgado, former head intercessor of the Order. This would be an ideal time to confess everything. Before you die.
You can't possibly be party to all this. Not with her vast misdeeds so readily apparent.
Our investigator has definitively determined my innocence following a thorough investigation. I appreciate your practicality. Enough, traitor. You made your play. You lost. No more deception. No more lies. Time to pay what is due.
No, wait,
Thus concludes a thoroughly distasteful business. Best search her office. Someone clearly was pulling her strings.
Search away, Commander. I shall keep an eye on the weapon hand of our new compatriot.
a terminal unsealed the effluvium repository, that's traditionally off limits. Ideal spot for it. We should take a look. Used to be brimming with runoff chemical sludge. It's been renovated, I see. Another terminal. Go ahead. You should have the honors. The Proctor's efforts appear part of a larger scheme. Ah, of course. I should have assumed you had a greater purpose here. This whole affair reminded me of the old days. The blood, the secrecy, the calculations and intrigue. Been trying to tell myself I didn't miss it. But in action, I fear, ill suits me. I have some unfinished business I need to get back to. I could use help from an operator like you. Believe my specific skills could benefit your efforts as well. I'd propose a strategic partnership. You help me, I help you. What do you say? Good, good. It's a little crowded here, though, isn't it?
Supposing that means no joyrides and no scratching the paint? I can manage that. Until later, Commander.
Excellent. Well then, I am quite ready to leave this place.
Yeah.
May all your theories prove true. Investigator.
I realize you didn't receive the most welcome of receptions here. I recognize you've done right by us here today, and I appreciate your efforts. May fate and fortune converge.
Please tell me there's a damn good reason you're back. Yeah? And what exactly makes you so sure of that? Huh. Interesting. Did he say who he thinks did hit us? Not that it matters, I suppose. Not like we can muster a counterattack or anything. But even if I did believe you, so what? Seriously? You expecting me to ring up Auntie and tell her, "Hello, Maven of all marketing. Just letting you know that this scrutinization officer says everything's hunky-dory." You've clearly been out in the Dorado sun for too long. Ah, an offer for transaction. Now you're talking my language. It just so happens we might be able to trade services. Normally, I wouldn't admit this kind of weakness. It's bad practice. But I'm really in the squeeze. Lately, my luck's been right miserable. I got enemy sneak attacks. I got grunts murdering each other. I got unsanctioned power struggles. And it all risks reflecting badly on me. You cut down the number of issues that are vexing me, and I'll send you word of peace and harmony up the chain. Or, if all that sounds like too much work for you, there are other ways to curry my favor. Make me believe your good intentions. Encourage me to take your side. Absolutely. Bits are a bond that buys a broad bevy of believability. Auntie says so herself. They should. That bomb that hit us, it was filled with uranium. So not only did it kill us the good old...
My contract medicalist over there is literally up to her elbows in it. Her hourly rate is ridiculous. And our damn autodocs have gone on the fritz from the workload. You get her the compression coil she needs to make the autodocs work, and that should cut her billable hours in half. And then I'll send your message.
There's been a murder at one of our forts. Trooper's accused of poisoning her senior officer for some... Problem is, I'm already short on medical specialists. Go find out who done it, and I'll send the message you're asking for. This is gonna make no more sense for me saying it than it's gonna make for you hearing it, but apparently, the senior officer at one of my... A real, actual, pincer-faced, carapace-having mantisaur. Not a half-human one, or a psychic one, or a talking one. Anyways... There's some dispute over who his second should be, and he can't exactly decide himself. So go sort it out for me, and I will gladly send your message. Now, you know that's an irrevocable deal, right? As in, please remember it's legally so don't let...
Even standing amidst the smoldering ruins of this outpost, the bleeding body...
What in the scrupulous name of profitable deductibles do you think you're doing? Just who are you, and why are you walking through my triage? Help, huh? We need compression coils. The attack left more wounded than I have. Without them, they can't convert raw materials into the medicaments needed to help as many as you can. There is so much more work than I can handle. Auntie dropped extra compression coils in pods from orbit to help our advance, but they landed everywhere. Many thanks.
I know I'm not responsible for this, but still feel accountable somehow. I'm all for helping.
Yeah.
You're back. Please tell me you've had some luck. Lovely. It's a start.
Analyzed. Lay down fire. Consider self-preservation a priority.
Impossible in my fucking condition. I shall not stay your execution.
Back and scan.
statistic, Commander.
Better than all the rest. Up, down. You'd make a great lower manager.
Protectorate yaysayers are supposed to be good with automechanicals because you count on them to cut your woolly cow steaks and tuck you in at night. Are you any different?
I have many talents. Automechanical tending, weapon cleaning and maintenance, reciting Protectorate laws, botanical knowledge, knitting.
Knitting?
Did I say knitting? I meant hitting with my hammer. Disregard that. An unscathed Auntie's Choice Fortress? Huh. Rather lacking in the aesthetic department, isn't it?
Oh, yes, that's a milestone worth noting. Now I've seen everything.
Honestly, Bradford, I've no notion of how to cool your conniption. Corporate says I'm in charge, so I'm in charge.
You're in charge? Wait, you're in charge? Don't you mean the executive is in charge?
Of course that's what I meant. Whether I say me, he, or we, it's all the same.
It's all the...
Yes? Who are you? And why are you attempting to steal my utterly invaluable attention? Murder? Oh, right. One of the enlisted killed their superior, or something. She's in that cage over there. Ah, wonderful. I was hoping someone would bring some sense into this madness. You should go talk to Trooper Sure, fine.
Yes, I hope you're not here to apply for employment. I'm already overwhelmed by this. And if you're here as a spy, know that the temporary ceasefire is on tenuous footing. So if you stay, it's likely just a matter of time before I'll be stringing you up. Enemy Scrutinization Officer Durbin. What does he want with me? Ah, well, in that case, your business is with both my commander and me. Allow me to introduce Strategic Ingestment Executive Wojciech, senior-most representative at Fort Endurance. Now you're starting to sound like some of the wagabouts I've got under my command. Executive Wojciech has been part of this unit since he was just a pupa. As he grew, it's earned him promotion after promotion, until our last battle against the Order. Okay. The Executive welcomes you, but would like to know why scrutinize... There's no dispute. Executive Wojciech is in complete charge of the fort. His orders, which I interpret as his junior officer, are executed without question. You may mock, but I am sincere. I can speak as easy to him as I can you on account of my graft. He emits pheromones that my antenna can detect. He wouldn't be much of a commander if he couldn't communicate with the troops.
That is exactly what he's doing.
Designer Bradford, you've been warned about disrespecting the chain of command.
And you've been reminded, repeatedly, that I'm not under your chain of command. I'm technically under the Mantisaur, but that's got nothing to do with you. I just wanted to make it clear to our newcomer that you are full of shit. You've always been full of shit, and you will always...
That is quite enough, Designer. Of course not. I'm just a lowly trooper acting as interpreter. Otherwise, surely these folks would have figured...
We have all figured it out.
Yes, well, please excuse our curmudgeonly biologist. Still, that ugly moment. Executive Wojciech has an assignment we're desperate to have done, but it can only go to some...
Ugh, not this crabble scat again. There is zero chance you're right. Zero. And this brilliant assignment of yours? Yes. I have been trying to get Durbin to relieve this duo of command for months. But the lives they've lost with this insanity...
Bradford, how dare you undermine me? I mean, us, like that. Wojciech can sense that there are some kind of mutated mantisaurs over yonder, and he wants us to secure one of their pupas to raise as his own.
Oh, stop it. The creature doesn't want a pupa. He doesn't want to breed a superior race of mantisaurs. He wants to eat meat, excrete the excess. Even if he could ask for a pupa from a rival nest, he'd probably just eat the lobby-damned thing to cut down on competition. He's a bug. But the only way to prove it to our command is to have you run this fool's errand. Once it's
That is enough. One more word in question of our exec...
Yes, sir.
Exactly. With it, Wojciech can raise a Zeranium-mutated Mantisaur army, which will be even more dangerous. We need you to infiltrate the mutated Mantisaur nest, secure a mutated pupa, and bring it to me. Do that, and I, and Executive Wojciech, shall make sure you are well rewarded. Look in the nest to the east. That'll have your best odds. It's where...
Feels a pull, Wentworth? Seriously? What am I saying? That makes the exact amount of science... Excuse me! Apologies for my outburst, but I had need to warn you.
Hey!
Nothing of your... Just ignore him. He was clever enough to pretend that Graft lets him talk with the beast. So overnight, he upstarted from simple trooper to...
You know it's impolite to...
But I've studied him extensively, and it is most assuredly nothing but a play for power. I am. I've watched for patterns of behavior that would demonstrate higher communication, and they don't exist. So, catering... Conversely, the scientific value of studying the mutated pupa he wants is bring it to me. And not only will I match any reward he offers, but you'll have the satisfaction of knowing that it will serve a much greater purpose. I understand.
The jest is really tortured at this point, Commander. We're not actually doing this, surely? Commander?
Hey, you gotta help me, please. I didn't do what they say I done. Hey, stranger! You're one of those... I can't remember what.
Protectorate Yaysayers are supposed to be good with automechanicals because you count on them to cut your woolly cow steaks and tuck you in at night. Are you any different?
I have many talents. Automechanical tending, weapon cleaning and maintenance, reciting Protectorate laws, botanical knowledge, knitting.
Knitting?
Did I say knitting? I meant hitting with my hammer. Disregard that.
Standing by.
To admit it, I require medical assistance.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
You have my thanks and my hammer. I shall not obey your
Mitigating the threat. Locking them down.
I would need a target.
Target analyzed.
Against us.
hold that thought. Talk is cheap, but my time is not.
Back and scan. Try to limit. Vitals are in the red. Amplificate. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Fortification in progress. Check your scope for combatant analysis. Back to scan. Consider self-preservation a priority.
You have my thanks and my hammer.
Adversary vulnerability.
Back and stand.
I shall reduce them to a slurry.
Vitals critical. Don't become a statistic, Commander. Check your scope. Combatant analysis. Batten scan. Go for
Roseby, my injuries are not...
locking them down. There have been none.
Charge! Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Assist me, will you? My destiny is stayed on both of us. You have my thanks and my hat.
On their weaknesses. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Consider self-preservation a priority. Batten scan.
patience. Still recharging. Standing by to stupefy. You've suffered extensive damage, Commander. Purification in progress. They're benumbed.
Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Reviving me is strategically open.
I was not refused assistance. Most...
Thank you, dear. You have...
Ready to this.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Negative. Recharge. Focus mitigating the threat. Locking them down.
Backward stand. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Fight upon them!
Prepare for absolution!
Involuntary vulnerabilities identified.
Hey, you gotta help me, please. I didn't do...
You've returned. I mean, we knew you'd return. Did you bring the pupa for me? Wonderful. Now the formation...
No, no, no. You really don't want to do that.
Biologist Bradford, that is quite enough of...
Listen to me. The man is a charlatan, a fraud. And if you give him the specimen, it will be forever lost to his ignorance. And while it's... The Manosaur doesn't want it, nor could it ask him for it. Wentworth only knows it was there because I made the mistake of telling him it was almost a certainty. If you give it to him, it will be wasted. If you give it to me, the science I will...
Bradford,
You are nothing but a bottom-ranked trooper who has lied his way to power.
that is enough. Me and the Mantisaur are one. Whether I speak or it speaks, it's all the same voice. And right now, we are both contemplating some frontline service for you. I will take the pupa now, if you please. What? Of course. Its name is Wojciech, its favorite color is blue, and it had 27 brothers when it spawned.
Is that seriously the best you've got?
My ability to communicate with the commander has convinced Auntie's choice, and that should be enough to convince you, too.
Oh, thank law. You've made the right choice. And the research I'm going to do with this little beauty will allow me to retire. Rich, respectable, and powerful.
Well, I, for one, am going to try my best to forget any of this ever happened.
Mantisaurs! Eyes up, troops! A mess of the bastards are coming from the east!
Did they follow those folks back from that nest?
Mercator is strong.
The fight out of me to finish recharging first.
Locking them down.
I have a fix on those pieces. Something afoot. Heard something.
Why are you here wasting my highly valuable time?
Hey, stranger! Please, you gotta help me. They're gonna railroad me into a guilty verdict. Then I'll be declogging sewer sediment tanks until I'm dead enough to mulch. Dervin! Oh, that's great! He's bound to see the truth of this and let me go. Abner's trying to pin this on me, and it ain't right. Hell no, I didn't do it. I actually like Chief Cuddy. He was pretty alright for a guy who's angling for executive. He'd get you extra shifts if you asked, and only ding your pay if you really screwed up. And sometimes, if you really had to go, he'd even cover your bog breaks, pro bono. I'd never have hurt the chief, even if you offered to pay me to do it. I don't think nobody killed Cuddy. I was there. That's why they think I did it. And he was fine. Well, he was... But the way he swole up, It's something Cuddy always said might happen. Only it don't make no— We were eating chow at our post. Cuddy asked me to try his because it tasted funny, but I tried it and it was fine, just like mine. Then he just swole up, turned blue, and died. I made a ruckus, which called everyone in, and all they saw was him dead and me fine. So Security Officer Abner charged me with murder, and it was exactly what Cuddy said would happen if he ate Crabble. He was deathly allergic to Crabble. But we ate Sisty stew, fresh from the can. And ain't no Crabble in Sisty stew. Yup. Cuddy had told everybody about his allergy, repeatedly, over and over, constantly. Nobody would have served him Crabble knowing that. But that's still gotta be how he died. So, I need you to talk to Security Officer Abner, remind him of the allergy, and let him toss all my gear. He won't find Crabble anywhere. No, that was days ago, and they tossed out the rest of the stew. So I don't even know if the docs will still be able to tell it was allergies that did in Cuddy. He will. He has to. It's the truth. I didn't murder nobody.
Well, what have we here? You couldn't look less anti-Durbin sent you. Why? You certainly ain't a certified pre- Oh, lovely. And just what is it you think you can do for me? You ain't even carrying a masticating tissue scrutinator. What? How could that be? I made the stew myself and every one of us ate it. What? That's ridiculous. It was nothing but canned Sisty stew. Stew that I have. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Well, he told everyone that. But that, see, Cuddy was what you'd call a complainer. He complained about the food. He complained about the weather. He complained about his bunk. He's also somebody's nephew. Some junior executive. And if you gave him reason enough to complain about you, half his gripes were really nothing but reasons to grouse. But if you... So most of us just ignored him, assuming he was constantly full of it. And didn't think twice about doing things like stretching the stew with canned Crabble stock. What? No, it was an accident. Nobody would have... At least no... Unless... Hey... How'd you like to make some bits? Some real bits? Well, no. Not yet you haven't. See, I can't just let Bardot go. There'd be questions. And even worse, since there's apparently nobody coming to do an autopsy, I might have to just send Bardot to the claim to start her sentence on all available evidence. Absolutely. Come on now. You need to reconsider.
What's happening? Are you making any progress? Thank you.
Why are you here wasting my highly valuable time?
You're back? Why? Thank law. I was genuinely concerned I'd have to sort this out on my own. So we got this thing. An acidic dematerializer that we use to melt Mantisaur dung. So don't call him. That means if someone used it to melt Cuddy, there would be no body, which would mean no autopsy. I'd do it myself, but my boss said she's on her way for a surprise inspection, so I can't leave. But if you go find one and melt the body... Yes, that's well, really, make it turn into a small puddle. Thank law. You'll find Cuddy inside the tower. Then come back and tell me when I've got no more evidence to hold Bardot.
The Getting Go-Getter. Welcome to Bonnie's Barely a... We know consumers are highly and to show my gratitude, I'm offering you and only you a one-of-a-kind, once-in-a-lifetime, exclusive...
Well, hello there, consumer. If you haven't yet, you should be sure to avail yourself of our retail opportunity. Of course, I've seen about every meter of this rock by one means or another. So if you're looking to bargain, I'm sure I've got info for you. Say 250 bits per location? Uh-huh.
None shall stand against...
Go photographication.
Commander, stop dying at once!
I wonder how much your head is worth. Moving to
I am loath to admit...
Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
You have my thanks and my hammer.
Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return to heaven? Since the schism, the Protectorate have rewritten history.
You, stay out of there! Getting curious about other people's belongings, are you? You there! Get away from that door! Think you're being subtle? Auntie's choice don't look... upon thievery, caught in the act, like an amateur. You there, get away from that door.
Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return to heaven? The meaning of life is near man, and we are the...
That tremendous statue is of Matriarch Alexandra Verrick, founder of the Protectorate. I'm shocked the traitors haven't defaced it.
It seems the Order was unprepared to... But it is the refugees that arrest my attention more than their would-be handlers. Any who leave the Protectorate fold deserve punishment. There is no such thing as a non-combatant in a system under siege. If Arcadia faced famine, I would pick up a trowel, expecting a common subject to aid in our... My feelings aside, I shall not judge them, owing to our bargain. But I cannot promise my duty shall not win.
I am primed to punish.
Your vitals look grim, Commander. Who's that? I would not refuse.
Target analyzed.
You have my thanks and my... Don't move. Give that back, or I'll shoot. Engaging in lethally.
Friendly nearby.
I'm taking cover. Someone else take a shot. Going to investigate.
Combatant scan.
Go for torpification. With this, Commander. Relocating.
Duplication in progress. Adversary vol- Batten scanned.
I thought I smelled the loot!
You have
Target analyzed.
Lay down fire!
Say, will you? I'm set with the estate on both of us!
I have a fix on the weaknesses.
You have my thanks and my hammer.
Fortificator at ready status. Check your scopes for combatant analysis.
Rosemary! These are not superficial! And yet I must!
You're no competition!
Take your weapon.
You have my thanks and my hammer. I shall not stay your execution.
Enemy in vicinity.
Airfield program is not currently operating, pending scheduled improvements. Rest assured, the beacon of Auntie's choice will shine again.
Taking punitive action.
Stun weapon ready, Commander.
Marisol's something, huh? She had everyone fooled, and then she reminds me of the serial heroes I wanted to be just like when I was a kid. I'd tell her if I thought she'd appreciate it. But she's good at killing things. I reckon she'd get anyway, this is me saying she's probably already got bugs listening in on us, so we ought to just stop there.